Wow. Hello. Right. Okay. Well, well, it's been the first time I've coughed in like months at this point. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Right. Well then, for once I'm actually already on the server and not sitting around having to still join it. No, I have actually turned like one flying lap. So I can pat myself on the back for doing that and doing some practice prior to streaming. But well, not like I've done much, and not that it seems that I actually have much in terms of pace either. Let me usually check something. Filters. Yeah, we're on the race filter. Right, okay. Welcome to the KTM crossbow. My little beloved shitbox. She ain't particularly the quickest. Right, we can put some more pressure on the rear, I guess. And for the front, maybe take some toe out of the rear. This car's going pretty straight. It's just, I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not going particularly fast because as well I'm taking 75 liters right now around the circuit, so I'm sandbagging slightly. Maybe a bit less steering ratio, although this is the mountain, I need actually a bit of steering ratio to get around the circuit. So I think 16 steering ratio might actually be fine, although nah, we'll just try 15. If we try 15, that should perhaps work. Doing slight adjustments prior to my next run. Yeah. Right, okay, let's just do some driving. Keep out of the way. What would be interesting is like I've been having wheel spin coming out of the pit lane for God knows what reason. So I start accelerating out of the pit lane and it's just like hopefully I don't spin out of the pit lane. That will be a new one. Good evening there. Welcome. Maybe I need to open the ARB on the front up or stiffen the rear ARB. To get it. Whoa. Go up against the understeer of the car. Although we are right now on... I did not think I actually got around that wall. I thought I would actually hit that one. And yeah, the track is green, so it's just that there's no grip to be found really. Although I'm down on pace, so I'm just like, kinda sus. Although I'm carrying also 65 liters worth of fuel around, 70 liters of fuel around the track. Weighing my car then. There will be a 65 minutes stint maximum length, so we have to pit 3 times to get to the end. Not like Misano where we could just skip a pit stop. We have to pit here one more time. We're fine. Everybody else is in the same boat. Although I feel like the car actually stops for once, which... Wow, that's a thing. I'm impressed. Brakes, they exist, they function. Although the acceleration out of corners lets a lot to be desired. I might even do this corner in qualifying flat. Only problem I'm having, I'm not finding dive. When you're like 1.6 seconds off the pace, you would expect like, oh, here's a bit of time, here's a bit of time, but like, now I'm trading tenths with myself. Like I'm 2 tenths up, it's nothing. Expect a bit more. Like, oh, there's half a second that I lost, no? Okay, well, take that with me. Now I'm finding 2 tenths. There's a bit of time here. Right. Jesus, my tire pressures are bad. Although this is was the first flyer, I'm not. So my lap time should also now improve again because I'm on my second flyer. It should improve my lap time. So the tires actually come up to pressure and temperature. Not sure second gear really helps up the hill here, because I need to so early shift out of second gear. Significantly slower run for the hairpin there. Missed apex. Still a decent exit. I need to lift for rotation. I might be able to do this corner flat, bouncing off the rev limiter. Oh no. As long as it happens in practice and not in the race. How much damage did I take from that impact there? 10 seconds. That impact was 10 seconds worth of damage. Sort of interested what my front tires are actually cold. At least that coming down the straightaway. Driving the grass is not going to make you faster around that final corner. Right, well, my pressures, they're about 0.5 right now off. I missed apex. How many people do we actually have? I think we have like 10 people. It's really unfortunate. Okay, that was the wrong angle for sure. Now 2 seconds down, so the track seems to get faster, but I can't find magic time. Everybody else is just finding in droves. That's good. It's gonna be a long 4 hours. There's a bit of time in the chase that I left there. Just slowly creeping up. As time slowly creeps up with me running wide again. Well, despite damage, I'm not running slowly down the mountain. But I'm not finding the, like, a magic half a second that needs to be somewhere in this lap. Like, there needs to be at least, like, half a second to a second more in there. Somewhere. It's just weird. I don't know. Cock up this corner again. The chase, my biggest enemy. Ah. This corner is pain with that KTM. Pure pain. The car barely stops and barely accelerates back out of the corner. And this tire here needs less pressure into it to produce similar values. Right. Yeah, the track is still green. I mean, it is 8 AM on Thursday. No, for Friday. You can't set to Thursday, it's Friday, obviously. What am I talking about? It's Friday, which means there's no grip whatsoever on the track. Because there's been no set and no support series run so far in AC. So you get an incredibly green track. And I guess with Bathurst, the track takes a long time to rubber in. So that's also probably a thing we have to deal with in this case.
Low tire pressure, stay away from curbs.
I mean, in Misano we also missed pace in practice and qualifying, and then suddenly I came back with at least some pace in the race.
Yellow flag in sector 2.
And hey, I'm sandbagging right now compared to quite a lot of people here by running full fuel loads. Running 75 liters, which is probably what I'm gonna take into the race with me. Definitely lost a bit of stability by putting the anti-roll bar back in, going down the hill. Yeah, I mean, qualifying is set to Saturday, so we probably have a fast or an optimum track. And the race is set to Sunday, midday, so we will very likely have a optimal track at that point. The thing is, this is an endurance race, so we might see... I think who's right now setting the pace, the fastest guy, I don't think I've seen him before. I don't recognize his name. He might be teamed up with somebody who I know, or he might even do it solo, I don't know. But yeah, it's... you sometimes get those ungodly fast people who don't usually turn up for races like this. And I've been doing a lot of off-season races recently, so... thing is, the mountain is not an easy place. It's a place of high attrition at the best of times. And 4 hours of it it's gonna strain some people. Thing is, it probably will get me as well. The goal is to just finish at least one stint without having to do repairs in the end. And if that doesn't work, at least one where I don't take more than 10 seconds worth of repairs. When you improve by like 410s, and not only you lose the time, but also this time would never gate you anything. Pain. I think the chase is the one corner where I'm actually making mistakes. Well, I'm approaching it wrong. I think that's the only real corner. With the race run on Sunday, I expect the temperatures to probably climb for race start. Yep. I mean, it's not unusual for me to climb the ranks throughout the race. With how small the grid is, so it might just very... Whoa, 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 whoa. What was that? Holy shit, what was that? When you just break into a corner and suddenly the rain is like, actually no. And just leaves. I think the ARB slightly makes the car a bit too stiff. Maybe. The thing is, this on this track we have so many like hard direction changes. Like in this section especially, so it's not wise to like... Oh god, what the fuck car?
You've got light damage at the rear.
Yeah, that's not how you go down the hill there. That's not how you do that. That's not how you do that at all. That's not how any of this works. I think the tire pressures for once are finally starting to get where they need to go. But Jesus Christ, this... I think I might slightly move the brake bias forward. And then... I don't know. What do I do? What do I do? I'm gonna try low ARB in front. Barriere.
Stay away from curbs.
Right. Speedrun entering the shadow realm. I mean, honestly, in terms of like collisions that can happen, if this happens in the race, those two collisions happen in the race, it's probably going to be harmless. If it's not happening repeatedly. If it happens repeatedly, then there's a problem, but like... If impacts of that magnitude happen during the race, I'm pretty stoked. Because they're just like so minor. I think that was a slight brush on the area as well. Don't look at the delta. Pay attention where you're driving. But those few collisions with the barrier, less than 2 seconds. That's great. And it's probably not even affecting the handling really of the car. to lift again slightly because the thing wasn't quite turning in. Wasn't quite doing it. Tire pressure is also very low. It's the first flyer, so. Yeah, I think this is quite a bit more understeery than the other way around. To be more precise, like what I did was the KTM, you can either have a detached rear anti-roll bar or an anti-roll bar. There's no settings for the anti-roll bar on the rear. For the front, you actually have 1, 2, 3 for the ARB setting. And I had on my setup 2 and 0 on the rear. So I tried on the previous run how 2 and 1 would work. And switching to and then I switched now to 1 and 0. I think this is still quite a bit understeer. I think out of the first elbow I also have a bit of time left. I think I need to floor with the chase the throttle very early to get the car to stabilize. It's just really weird with that corner. You need to accelerate way before the apex just to get the rear end to stabilize. So the car pulls out straight out of the corner. Nice. It's a nice exit out of the forest elbow. Getting time all the way down the straightaway. Thing is that I'm miles away from the pace. Like I need to gain like 0.7 of a second to gain a position right now. Top 5 are within a second, but I am so far back right now. Yeah, I mean, I can look at the sector splits. Wouldn't be quite surprised if I'm fastest in the second sector. Wouldn't be too surprising, but like... also isn't a given. I mean, it is agile, it's just maybe because I'm agile enough to keep up with it over the mountain. That's the thing. Yeah, I think carrying third gear is probably a better idea for the chase. Sure, going a bit wide on the exit there, but like, it's you can still get away with not losing time, really. How long is that time? Oh, just about 40 seconds left. Let's actually complete this lap briefly. Oh god! I just unearthed a bunch of time out of that corner. It's like... usually this happens way easier. Ah, I got validated there. Right. Yeah, we just found 410s. Pressures don't look low. Okay, oh yeah. GT4 car's target pressure is 27 psi, not 27.5. As important with GT4s, 27 flat is target pressure, so I'm actually pretty good. They're like on the low side a bit, but they're not low.
Session is now over.
Let me briefly check setup, tires, tire comp. Nothing in terms of... they're just worn. So all of my tires just look worn, which that's good. There's no issues. Yep, good to know. These things good to know. Yeah. The thing is, I was aware of what my higher pressures were like, so you couldn't by accident trip me up in this case. Whoa! And we're on a fast track now. Let me just save the set briefly. Come on, let me save briefly. Because I want to make a Qualy set briefly. Right, okay. Temperature has gone up quite drastically. Let's open up, I think... do I want to open up the front ducts? Why did I run? Getting previously called. Yeah, I think I opened them up. Front and rear, let's just open them up by a click. And then 0.2 psi down. We're now at 38 degrees track and 30 degree air. This is quite a lot hotter. Right, we don't need much fuel for the qualifying session now. Any other setup changes are not required. Ignition, starter.
Low tire pressure, stay away from curbs.
The other thing is with GT4s, we also don't have tire warmers, so I come out of the pits every time with cold tires. Which in part makes it kind of easier to adjust tire pressures. Usually it's like pretty easy to set up the tire pressures on a GT4 car. You don't have to... Tire pressures you select there are the tire pressures you actually get, and not like... the cold pressures you get, and from there it goes to the hot pressures. So adjustments on the cold pressures are usually fairly linear to your hot pressures. I'm thinking slightly of perhaps turning the TC off in the uphill part, just to avoid the car perhaps cutting itself out. Also, I didn't check what my times were up on the top of the mountain. I don't know, I don't care. In any case, we have 20 minutes to qualify. Although I have thought of like perhaps not doing qualifying, but I mean we're 10 cars, so it's not like if I get a shit qualifying, get a shit qualifying and last. If I get a good qualifying, I have a good qualifying. If I start in the middle, that's fine, because I effectively still start at the front. So this is all good. The only advantage with a 10 car grid, that you hopefully don't see a pile up in turn 1 or lap 1 or lap 2 for that matter. Still doesn't prevent it. You just need 2 cars to crash this track, and that's more than enough.
Yellow flag in sector 2.
Could have probably stepped on the throttle a bit earlier there. I mean, unfortunately this is only the first flyer, because this lap has been pretty solid, I would say, so far. 1.4 seconds off the pace. Oof. Despite going significantly quicker compared to practice, the track has gone significantly quicker, so times have gone down massively. Oh fuck!
Slight damage on the left of the car.
Overcooked the pin here.
Yellow flag in sector 2. Well dominated across the fastest lap.
A bit of an improvement. Luckily, it doesn't invalidate your lap for hitting the wall. Because otherwise I would be a bit screwed in that situation. 6 seconds worth of damage from that impact. Oh well. Not the end of the world. Oh, way right there, not good. Really bad exit. Again, staying flat. Not really worth it, honestly. Although it's interesting to know that I lost quite a bit of time through the dipper there. I have one more lap on fuel after this. It's not a good exit there.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Wanted to pick up a bit of slipstream, but I guess I'm not getting it out. Still barely any power up the hill here. Completely overshot the corner. Return to bits. Okay. Any adjustments I want to make to sets? Not really. There's sufficient fuel for further runs. Tire pressure's great. Everything is okay.
Low tire pressure, stay clear of the curves.
Although I expected the 15 liters to actually last me about 20 minutes easy. Turns out the car consumed a bit more than expected. It's fine. It's okay. I can do a few more later. Before the race starts. Although I may want to go to the toilet before the race starts. After all, I'm here for a hot minute till the end of this.
Yellow flag in sector 1.
Oh, it's P11. So we have at least 11 cars on the grid, I guess. We have two Mercs and a McLaren in the front of the field. Then me and the KTM and then another Merc right now. Yeah, the Mercs are really quick in the straights, but they aren't particularly good in corners. At least from Suzuka, so... hope is that they just understand to a war at some point. Welcome back. Yep, I did. After my first flyer that just warms up the tires with the KTM, with the GT4s, but in the second lap that was pretty good. Come so far back to the pits to just take fresh tires and fuel. And this is the first flyer I think on this set. A few tens in the dipper here. Well, that's about it, and I mean my exit just now wasn't good enough. Still have 4 minutes on the clock, which means 2 more flyers. was really bad, but luckily it doesn't happen on a good lap. It was already down, so.
Losing time in sector 3.
Not a good exit. Again, not the perfect line through there. Oh, and missed the apex completely there. Tried a bit more paint with the wall.
Yellow flag is on. Watch out in front. Yellow flag in sector 1.
I could have easily been a track blockage there. Yeah, I can't find any time anymore. Not a good exit, which is really bad for starting a lap. Still not a good exit. Fucking hell. Just can't nail the exit out of Hill Corner. Yeah, and tyres are actually doing pretty well. I mean, they're slightly cold even the front left right now. Put the brake ducts up to 4.4 on the car. Still not a good exit there. No! Oh, got oversteer over the crest there. It wasn't smart, shouldn't have upshift. And this is dead.
We have some light damage at the rear of the car.
Get the fuck out of there before somebody runs into me. There was a bit of time. I finally got some pace out of the turn 2, but it's just I don't know why. Sometimes I don't know what I did different in that run through the turn 2. Right, I need to bolt briefly. Be right back. Okay, I have 1 minute 20 still remaining. Ah, right. Where's my water bottle gone? Water bottle. Ah, well, the temperature is 40 degrees Celsius. Yeah, that's quite hot. Okay, setup. Current setup. Okay, temperature's fine. The only thing we need is all of these things set back to normal values. I think, we could start, I think, with 80 liters. I think it's a sensible value. Nothing here really to do. Alright. I think, okay. I think we have everything.
30 seconds.
Yep, okay. Drive. So, we have everything. Crank the car. I mean, as I said, there's only 11 cars on the grid, so it's not like we're avoiding particularly much carnage by starting anywhere. Oh yeah, you weren't there when I said it doesn't matter where we start. Alright.
Stay single file. Low tire pressure. Stay clear of the curbs.
Let's dump some heat into the brake discs. No 11 car pileups, please. Yeah, hopefully not. But yeah, 2 Mercedes right in front of me, 1 McLaren, and then a Camaro, a MUQU, a BMW, and a Porsche behind me. And also Peter writing while he's driving. Excuse me. Yeah, I hope for more as well. We had 18 entries till a couple days ago, with 15 then today. And it's dropped down. Apparently only 11 turned up. Not beyond unusual, it's just unfortunate. It doesn't seem people had time today, or didn't want to do a 4-hour enduro on Bathurst with GT4s. Even though there was no requirement to team up again, as I said, it's like, although you couldn't bring 3 drivers to do the race, you could only bring teams of 2. It was a bit unfortunate for the 3rd guy. What oh well. I may have taken quite a bit too much fuel on my first stint. Oh well. That'd be a bit heavy. It's fine. The bumps in the straightaway, Jesus. It just shakes you completely through. Let's switch back to race configuration on the car. So cars in race config. Just waiting for the two side by side now.
Go in double file.
Right. Actually, Dallas is starting the race. Now he's counted as in the car. So they must have like swapped last minute in qualifying and it didn't score till last minute who was starting the race. Correctly. Right, speed limited.
Green light, show them where to go. Car on the left. Clear on the left. Car on the left.
I mainly wanted to go very deep to just clear the Camaro, which I did successfully. I think I will just stay defensive. I'm not gonna send it. Although he could potentially attack me up the hill due to my car's lack of power up the hill. Yes, that's the thing. I might be quick and nimble through these sections, but a lot of these cars just have enough power to just in the uphill section to keep up with me. No need to go 100% through here right now. Oh, cooked pretty hard there. I'm right in the middle here. And there's probably now a Camaro coming charging up to me. I'll probably lose this position before the end of the next lap. I mean, 1.1 second. Almost I lost the slipstream in front. It seems the Camaro is pretty good in the slow speed stuff. Yeah, only 0.4 behind me. I gained quite a bit in the cars in front, but they are very close together, so the only hope is that I get a bit of slipstream from the cars in front and I'm just able to keep the Camaro behind. Yeah, I think that Camaro is actually not that much quicker than me in the straights. I mean, it's also like a massive brick, so at some point it will, just before reaching escape velocity, the thing will slow massively down due to drag, so where the KTM has a clear advantage. Way more aerodynamic. Further away now from the Camaro than last time. I think he got a pretty bad exit here. Although we can just now watch the other cars pull away. Yeah, I'm gonna need the luck. There's a couple of hopes here. One is my car's doing really well on the tires. Despite the temperature, the tires are not overheating, not even close. So the other people are gonna actually struggle with tire temps.
Fastest lap of the race so far.
Especially over an hour-long stints. They might struggle with the tire temps, while I have the advantage of having my lightweight KTM that doesn't wear the tires really much. You're gonna learn very quickly that this is a KTM crossbow. It's not gonna do much. You can have a shit exit against me, but
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
not quite in the mood of dying right now. If it's life or death, I would probably pass, but I mean, I'm not even sure if I would have stuck my nose in, I'm gonna complete the pass, so it's just... there's no point in forcing something that doesn't work. Wow. From that curb, going down from that curb is really dangerous. Whoa, that was pretty close to the wall there from me. But yeah, I think the car in front has now dropped the slipstream to the cars. So he isn't going to have some magic boost suddenly. He's still fast on a straight line, but he doesn't pull suddenly from half a second on a straight like he did previously. Like I can sort of stay with the slipstream behind him. That's... the problem will be actually completing a pass. If I need to pass him.
Losing time to the car in front in sector 2. Yellow flag in sector 3.
I mean, I can move out of the slipstream, it's not gonna do much. I'm sorry for coming down very close to here. I misjudged my braking there. He's actually pretty quick for the high-speed corners up here. And then he goes slower for this one. And he's definitely not slow up here. He's in the finishing part of the dipper here pretty slow, honestly. He approaches the forged elbow very quickly and has a really good exit, honestly. But now I've lost a lot of time actually. Now I'm under threat from the Camaro again. And I barely have some slipstream from the car in front, so this is a bit of a problem. 2 cents. He's going to be in striking distance.
Car on the left.
He's not gonna make the corner. Bye bye, Camaro. Completely boneheaded move. Completely boneheaded. Oh, I would have totally just backed out of that one. Like, he just completely missed his braking. Well, braked hard, not completely backed out, perhaps. Or just actually backed out and just tried to stay as close as possible to me. It's really interesting. I have a really good exit out of Hell Corner. And can just keep up with him, honestly. He doesn't have quite the exit speed of T1, but he has a lot of corners where he's really actually good. So it's not like he makes it really easy. V8 doesn't need brakes. Goes just straight. And now MUQU has caught up with us because of this antic. Have you taken enough damage that you're losing straight line speed, or is this just... you just had a bad exit. I know he's lagging, great! I have to be careful, the MUQU those MUQs cannot be underestimated. He messed up.
Clear on the right.
But now I'm sitting duck to the MUQU, but the MUQU had to back out because the McLaren was still going around the outside. Yes! This has worked out perfectly. Now I'm clear of him finally. If he is good as straight, let's go straight. It's interesting, I can finally take that corner flat out up there. Maybe I'm slightly slower there compared to qualifying and practice, or compared to... I've compared to practice a lot more grip there. Right, that's the reason. Because I'm pretty sure the track is on optimum now. Shaking the MUQU over the mountain a bit. Although I probably have to pick up the pace a bit more to challenge the other Mercedes in front of me. .49 from the cars in front. Yeah, they're lapping very quick. And in case of the race leader, I know that guy, Joe Dallas and Peter O'Brien, those two are not slow. Neither of them. Oh, I'm gonna miss an apex here. The MUQU is right behind me because of that. So I would say I haven't really shaken the MUQU over the last lap. Need to double my efforts. Slight brush off the wall there. Not the ideal run through the dipper here. Why the fuck did he suddenly get pace? Like last time around when I exited the corner I was 1.3 seconds ahead, now I'm only 8 tenths. It's not good at all. 1.2 seconds. Nothing. I think I probably will be safe, although it seems the MUQU is also pretty good on brakes. But I still have decent exits. Okay, now 4/10 of a second. Do I last up until the T2? 3/10s, 2/10s. Not the best exit, but at least it's good enough. The thing is, we're not expecting rain either for this race, so it's not like I can rely on like the weather deciding to play favoritism with me. We probably had a slow lap, so I don't know how it feels for him whenever I just pull. Actually, now I pulled like 2 seconds on him, so he must have like gone quite slow over the mountain there. I think he's noticing that he would have to push stupidly to keep up with me over the mountain. And he just hopes that I make a mistake. Or he just makes slight mistakes over the mountain. Has to lift out to not hit the wall. So on and so forth. Whoa! Somebody just eliminated all the fucking marker boards there. Oh my goodness. There's so much styrofoam all over the place there. Also, Weckes has suddenly lost quite a lot of time. He's the one that I didn't know quite. Whose name I have heard, I haven't heard before. He seems not slow, but he seems to slightly struggle with consistency. Yeah, it's gone pretty well so far. Car's getting slightly loose. Lost a bit of time to the car behind. Not ideal. A lot of sign of murder. It's like, oh yeah. I think you're picking up on that as well. Has the temperature gone up? I'll ask myself. I think my tire pressure has slightly gone up. Luckily for me, I was using the starting grid on the floor to brake, so I didn't lose my... Yeah, my tire pressures are ideal. So... Let me just check. Yeah, the track temp and air temp is still the same. As far as I can see, only 9 cars are on the lead lap. It lies very close that only 9 are still running. Oh fuck. Just an invalidated lap, not track limits. So that's good. But the MUQU died behind me, so... I nearly died down the hill and then the MUQU died behind me, so... It's now again the McLaren that's behind me. That's funny. Ah. Hello, car, but you can't actually make the corner. Good bronze at least. We're not even halfway through the stint, so it's really not good. And we have signs of murder so early on in the stint. We actually did put more brake bias towards the front. Have to relearn the dipper again. That's fun. Yeah, the car's a lot tighter now. Although it still doesn't drive quite correctly over the mountain. So... the thing is, we have to do... nah, not quite 30, but like probably like 26, 25 passes over the mountain every hour. So we're gonna do like 100 laps at the end of this. It's gonna be enough Bathurst for me for a bit. I know that already. I'm not the biggest fan of the circuit to begin with. Although I respect the challenge here. That's why I'm here. How is Jeff in third? Lukas in third. Okay, I was worried. Wait, what? Right. Yeah, I'm in third because there's not much turn up for this race, unfortunately. We have only 10, I think 11 cars took the start, so there's not much attendance. I qualified P4. Had so far defended my position at the start and was then able to bully the other guy into submitting his position. Since then I've been running in this position here. as the two Mercs in front are significantly faster than me. But the McLaren that I've passed is not able to catch up right now. And the Merc that had passed him and followed me for a bit, well, he died, so... Well, it's still 4 hours of Bathurst, so it's not like easy. And I mean, I can still target those two guys in front of me. The second place guy has seemingly made like twice an error that cost him quite a bit of time. So I'm not sure if I could... He might not be quite consistent. So we may be able to get him eventually, maybe. And also I think both cars in front of me and basically everyone behind me is running a 2-driver setup, so... How will the second drivers perform? Well, I know the race leader will Peter O'Brien go into the car to replace Joe Dallas. So that thing is just the wonder weapon. Those two are stupidly quick. Yeah, there's not much we can do about that. Well, I mean, it's Bathurst. Everything can happen here. You're millimeters away from the walls. So a slight graze on them can change the race.
Again, you got the car ahead, excellent. Well done, mate. That's the best.
And I mean, my KTM has pretty good tire life. I'm not overheating my tires despite the high temperatures right now. So we may see me come at the end of this stint into full force, while the Mercs in front might drop off. I'm not sure how good the Merc GT4 is on tires, but it's not a good turning car. It's good enough to get the track done, but its main strength is the straights. Well, I'm not good. The FSR test race was absolute nuts. They put amateurs with pros on one server together. What the fuck? How did they fit all of them on the track even? I mean, you have like... Shouldn't they have like 30 pros, 30 semi-pro... not 30% pros. But like 20 pros, 20 semi-pros, 20 AMs. I think that's like their 3 classes, or do they have more, if I'm not mistaken? Why would they do that? That's a terrible idea. I mean, we do this in ACC from time to time as the off-season big grid race. 100 cars around Suzuka. It kinda works. But that's also GT3s on GT3s. Oh. Nobody wants to test the car. I guess they're now this season not using their own custom car anymore, but using the Formula Pro. Right, somehow not last up was Thurstmaster T300. I mean, it's not that hard to not finish last in an FSR race if half the grid dies, so... At least last time I checked FSR, half the grid dies usually in the process. Yeah, I mean, I don't know in the car, so I haven't driven it ever. Not too in. I am not quite good enough for Formula racing. That's kind of my issue. I'm not quick enough. I don't have the pace, so that's kind of the issue. I mean, my season that I did FC part-time was an absolute disaster, and I had no pace whatsoever. I mean, it's not completely wrong. I have won with USF 2000. The old USF 2000, I've actually won races even. But I mean, when I drove that recently with you guys around Road Atlanta in SRL, or the Iris, Visk has died, so we host our own race. Yeah, that was there was the case that I wasn't going particularly quick there. So open wheels just don't seem to quite work for me. I mean, I can do ovals in IndyCar, I can do that. Pro tip: don't drive the F Pro because it's a nightmare. Why? It would be a nightmare. Although I didn't like the BMW M4 DTM car either, so go figure. I think I'm in the minority with all those opinions. Need to finally give the what's it called? TCS a proper shake. I've had looked at them via Carlstadt, but I haven't actually driven them. And I haven't found particularly much interesting. They are not on a spec chassis, it seems, but some values seem very similar. Like I compared the Alpha with the Cupra briefly, and I saw yeah, keeping up with I'll briefly finish my thing with the Cupra and stuff. I'd looked at those and they had like basically the same base drag, But a lot of the setup settings were actually different between those two cars. Like, it seems they're actually unique. They're not quite the same. Although I think what most likely will be the case, like it is in real life, the pace difference won't matter really that much. They most likely will be pretty similar on pace. It's just and to drive they will be pretty similar. Honestly, don't think I've driven actually the Ligier in the wet. Surprisingly enough, although maybe. No, I don't think I drove it actually in the wet. When I drove it around Road America in what was it called again? The league that died very quickly again. It's not VSRA. I know it's the sequel to VSRA. Oh yeah, I mean I have the one of the seasons of the, what are they called? The Formula 1 cars for AC of like the 2017 season because they gave them away. I mean, the model is obviously like top quality, no questions asked, but it's just I don't think I'm able to really drive them. It's just a bit too quick for my taste. And this is saying, I mean, I love my. I can definitely drive some Group C prototypes. Like that's slow enough for me. Like this. The cornering speed that messes with me. The straight line speed I can totally deal with that. As that, like I do IndyCar and stuff. It's probably the only open wheeler where I'm remotely competitive, but not on the road courses. I'm not good on that. But on the ovals I'm actually half decent. Yeah, Formula Hybrid, right? What it's called. But yeah, it seems we're right now in an opening gap, so all the cars in front of us are faster and all the cars behind us are slower. Brilliant. We're just kind of stuck here. We turn lap after lap after lap. Right. Fuel calculator predicts that I need to take 220 liters to get to the end of the race. Which sure is a bit away. It gives us an idea. I need to take 3 pit stops before the end. So I guess I need to actually take 80 liters per stop. comfy place to be in a 4-4 race. In a Formula Hybrid, oh god, oh no, oh no. That would be hell. In a Formula Hybrid for 4 hours. Like, oof, that wouldn't be fun. Yeah, 220 liters. How much would that be distributed over 3 stops?
Gaining on the car, heading sector 2.
About 75? My guess is halfway correct. 75 plus 75 is 150, 100. Yeah, that adds up. About 75 liters. I messed up the heart. This lap is not particularly great. Let myself get distracted slightly. Right. This would probably be only a handful of people could do. I mean, the Indy 500 is still an endurance race, effectively. It's over 3 hours long, after all. Even without caution, so... It's not a short race, by any stretch. I mean, 4-hour races are usually races you don't do alone anymore, so... I have to kind of take that into consideration. And all days Formula 1 races were often like 3-4 hours long. I don't think 4 hours long, but they were oftentimes like 3 hours long. Back in like the 50s and 60s. They did sometimes pretty long races. But I think they stopped really doing that in the 60s, so... I think they have actually a 2-hour time limit. For their normal road races and stuff. Although I'm not quite sure. But I mean, I think the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg is, I think, like 100 laps or something. Although they lapped that circuit in like a minute 10. Yeah, I mean, IndyCar isn't sure for sure. Street circuits and other racetracks are almost impossible. It's like, as I said, like I think they do like 90 or 110 laps around St. Petersburg, and that's just like, it's a street circuit, and that's just insane. think their race is shorter on the schedule for sure, but it's just for sure it's not the longest either. And the cars they drive aren't slow either, so. And you don't even have power steering in IndyCar, so it's like you're on a road course, you're just like shit up shit's creek because you will be done for afterwards. If you're there like for over 2 hours in the car without power steering, throwing those cars around. Man, that stuff is honestly very impressive. I guess I need to pit in the next 5 laps. Yeah, I'm not sure. You would have to open up the IndyCar rulebook. I think they once had to time limit a race, but maybe they time limited down to 2 hours because it was already rescheduled for the next day due to on a road. It was actually I think in 2018. I think it was the Barber race. And I had to reschedule that to a Monday due to the track just being flooded. Like they tried to race on it and people like crashed out under the safety car on the streets because they just aquaplaned. There just was no hope. Yeah, I meant 6 hours of Monaco F1. Man, I mean, back in the day, with those old wonky cars, doing 3 hours of Monaco, it's where like you drive slightly wide, you clip the curb and break your suspension, and fly into the harbour. Although Monaco is probably the track that has the least fatalities in that sense. Because as I said, likely you just break your suspension and retire when you hit a curb. Except they had marshal posts like they have on the Alpha Factor 2 version of the track, then you probably collect some marshals in the while doing so. Because the RF2 version has of 1966 Monaco has marshals effectively on the sidewalk, protected by like one of those police barriers. Those wooden police barriers. Yeah, that's gonna stop a Grand Prix car. I mean, it does an R factor. Because immovable objects and stuff exist, but well, in real life that wouldn't have helped. Right, we should look at the pit menu, perhaps. Because I have 3 laps to go right now on fuel. Yeah.
Steam presenting soon, can you have that?
That's a 10-minute warning. I still have another 5. Another 9 minutes. Next warning becomes at 5 minutes. You see, put headlights on an IndyCar and race at night. Or just do floodlights like they do in Formula 1. I mean, IndyCar does race at night on ovals. But nah. Flashlights are more fun. Hey, just use candles like they did on the historic cars. I said this earlier today when somebody asked for advice on driving at night in ACC, and I said, well, in ACC you can probably find your way around the track with the headlights off in the dark. Because it's pretty bright in this game. And with headlights on, you basically have barely any vision loss. But if you drive in AC with like a historic car from like the 1970s or earlier, probably also into the 80s, you oftentimes find that the headlights, well, they give you like 50 meters and then there's darkness. So on any circuit that you drive, you're basically just flying blind. Yep, I have one. Next lap I have to come in. Because I have 1.4 laps worth of fuel remaining. Right, okay. Yeah, Intercontinental GT is, which is a part, which is DLC that contains Bathurst, Suzuka, Kyalami, and which other circuit is it? Laguna Seca. Those four. British GT contains also a nice selection of tracks. The thing is, in a lot of leagues, basically all the tracks are being used, so it's not like there can be, oh, I just don't.
Just in this hotspot.
Yeah. That's the 5-minute warning. Yeah, and then exists the, in terms of all of the DLC, there exists the Intercontinental, the GT4 DLC, but you can race against GT4s as long as you drive another car. There's no GT4. When the GT4s in the race, you don't have to own them. But you need to own the track to obviously drive it. Right, I need to remember to come in. Alright. Yeah, the 2020 World GT pack is the other one, and then the British GT. The 2020 pack really doesn't contain that. I should have probably practiced pit entry. Because it's pretty slow into the pit lane. Yeah, it only contains the MUQU Evo and the Ferrari Evo and the in Imola. So as long as you're not driving those two cars, you're not missing out on anything really. I mean, I bought that DLC because I drove a 6-hour race around Imola. Because I'm the only one who came in. Right. But I mean, on sale that thing can probably be pretty cheap. I don't know how much it costs right now. Right.
Come on, go. Low tire pressure, stay away from curbs.
Yeah, it's just a complicated question of like, depends which league uses, but the Intercontinental is a pretty widely picked one. You can probably come out with without the other two. Obviously we can go without the GT4s, as long as there's not GT4s in a race. You don't need them. Well, the car in front has actually swapped drivers. It just always depends on like what leagues run stuff. But British GT I think isn't that much run because I mean try to do endurance races around Alton Park, Snetterton and Donington. I mean possible, sure. And people do it. But really? I mean the base game comes with Nürburgring, Hungaroring, Solder, Spa, Sandford. What else? Oh, I'm forgetting. There's been another circuit and I'm forgetting. Oh yeah, Barcelona. How could I forget that one? It's in the base game. But yeah, I'm not really sure which DLC I've actually used the most. Tracks off. I've actually driven quite a bit of the British GTs. I mean, the question is how much they're on sale actually. I haven't looked at how much the game's actually discounted to. I mean, yeah, I started also with just I also started with just the base game and Intercontinental GT. I mean, Jeff gifted me the GT4s. We actually have a lapped car in front of us. Oh, and Dallas actually cycled out behind Uticus. So there has been actually a change for the lead, but the car behind has actually lost quite a bit of time in the pit stop. I'm going to make the educated guess those guys have like collected like 10 seconds worth of damage and repaired it in the pit stop. Yeah. I mean, because there have been all DLCs for ACC so far have been out for actually a hot minute. I think the newest one is... yeah, the newest one is the British GT, which came nearly a year ago out. So... that's like the newest. I mean, we're waiting now for the America DLC. We know it will contain a couple of cars, like the next gen Porsche Cup, the next gen ST, the BMW M2 Cup that we have already in R Factor 2. For some reason, don't ask me why that class gets added. Because they're slower than GT4s, and spec category slower than GT4s. And then you find, and they have a Ferrari that I think runs in the GT2 class. And that's what we know so far, and that it will contain Kota. If they contain other tracks, that would be nice. Because, well, I'm looking forward to VAR. Just for the carnage. God, VAR would be actually really fun to have. Oh god. No!
There's light damage on the left of the car.
Fuck! That's 10 seconds worth of repairs. That's not good. I thought I could just barely avoid hitting the wall there, but couldn't quite pull it up. Fuck. That's really bad. Especially like 10 minutes into the stint. God damn it. Not that I'm a particular threat in either direction, but it's just... it's annoying. I'd stayed so far very much far from trouble, and that just got a bit too close. But it seems I'm not losing straight line speed, so that's the only important part. Because the barriers are so close, all the hits are glancing blows, so the car isn't really damaged much when you hit them. Yeah, it could have definitely gone worse. Yeah, it's gonna cost me a bit during the pit stop. But right now I'm still far in front of the next car behind. Which I think had to do the same thing last time around. Where they had to repair 10 seconds worth of damage roughly. So everything is fine. Even if we're in the process of lapping 8th place. The car in front of us is actually 8th place, not 2nd place. 2nd place is about 20 seconds ahead of us. Look, we're not even halfway and I'm already messing up massively. That's not good. Not good whatsoever. The car behind is, however, not particularly quick. I think I might be, before this is over, in real danger of falling asleep. I mean, a track isn't, like, easy to drive, for sure. It requires my attention, but... well, it's not that engaging. You can easily climb up the mountain and down the mountain and at least complete it somewhat.
Losing to the car, heading 71.
Well, there isn't too much to say right now. In the opening hour of the race, there was always like a cloud when I was coming over Skyline here. That looked really interesting, like I'm heading to heaven or something. But now it's gone. There's still a couple of clouds in the sky up there. They're very high up clouds. I mean, it's configured. Well, good night, Loic. Get some rest, mate. See you another time. Well, that Porsche just died.
Slow car ahead.
He just missed missed the final corner and hit it straight on. He's not lapping particularly too slow, but he is just messed up there. I think there's only one Porsche actually in the field, and I think that belongs to Kulmani and Judging. If I'm not mistaken, and they're not sharing a car together. Who knows? And the Cayman is also it's a very good car, the GT4. Don't ask me why I forgot to upshift. Be a bit careful going through the dipper with them in front of me. We might be quite a bit slower through here. Especially after they found the wall in the final corner. Hello? I don't like that much lag. It's okay, we need to get some souk. But I don't expect particularly to pass the Cayman in front. It's not the best car on a straight line, but well, I'm driving KTM. So basically everything else is faster. Ah, the lag, for fucking sake. I just get screwed over by lag.
Car on the right. Clear on the right. Car on
I'm so sorry, but it's just the problem with this KTM. I do not have straight line speed.
clear on the right.
Oh, I'm going to very quickly clear you up this hill. Well, Dallas isn't he's like 3 seconds behind the next car, but he isn't quite catching him. He isn't quite caught up with them. I just noticed I messed up the final corner. Chase completely there. There's the Cayman. Luckily it's that one corner that you can completely miss easily. But I started braking at the wrong marker. And that was me, it's just gone. Ilpo is in P6 running. He's not particularly far off getting lapped. Wait, Ilpo is in the race. Huh, he must have just last minute found someone to race with him. And he must be done with his first race already before the... I mean, that's not too hard. I mean, we had a 1 hour practice session, then 20 minutes of qualifying. He just probably missed out barely from the race start. So he was easily ready then to go into for the second hour to the car. But he has a bit of an uphill battle to... I mean, he's not so far lapped. He's still about 40 seconds, by about 40 seconds on the lead lap. Which is Bathurst terms means seems like actually doing pretty well. Because if people actually collect some severe damage, they can pick up some freebies. High 14s and low 15s are getting lapped in front. Still 2 hours to go and they're still going all out. You know, 30 seconds up the road, so even if they hit the wall they don't. As long as they don't total the car in that moment, they will likely make it. Without losing much. But I need to lap a bit quicker to get my 20 seconds back. Our P5 is about 50 seconds behind me. The midfield is just completely spread out already after the first hour. We had some nice, pretty close battles for the first like 20 minutes or so. And since then it's just... people seem to have just pushed a bit too far. Picked up damage, had to repair it, and now everybody's spread out. Shifted up to 5th, it's very dangerous into that corner. Damn, this guy behind is actually going my pace right now. Not that my pace is particularly great. I'm lapping low 16, so it's not like... it's not like I'm setting the world on fire by any stretch. But I could be doing better than this. Oh, thanks. It's not like that guy is going like a full fucking second faster than me. Or at least fighting the car in front of him. Throwing 10 at each other. Not really building any gap behind, so he's still matching me pretty well. Closing in the lapped car, however.
Falling behind in the car in front is 73.
I never checked how worn down my tires are. I mean, what could be possible is to just take fuel in a stop to reduce the standing time by like 10 seconds. Now the problem is I'm in no position to actually leverage that on anyone. And I have no idea how many seconds that costs you in lap time. Well, I know it's possible. Probably as high as it would kind of also make it. I say kind of. At least in my KTM I think they would. Although I don't know if they are like graining or anything. I think Ilpo and Pearson are probably actually pretty close together on track. Because Pearson's about 67 seconds behind me and Ilpo about 65 seconds in front. And while those gaps are probably not quite accurate, these guys probably are less than 10 seconds from each other. Minutes. Although I mean I can do probably 26 minutes on this fuel tank till the next stop. Don't know if the temperature's changed so far. Well, they probably haven't. Let's go over the hill. I think this is making me actually kind of dizzy. Yeah, temperature has slightly gone down track-wise. Let's look at this fire. Oil pulls in the pits. Well, that's not good. Because that's completely off sequence.
Falling behind in the car in front in sector 3.
And Nixon is actually... Yeah, Nixon has been always in front of me for about 23 seconds, but it's fine. And now Pearson shows up instead of behind me, in front of me. By 62 seconds. So maybe Ilpo messed up when trying to pass Pearson, or Ilpo just has to pit off sequence. Because his teammate previously binned it very early on. Who knows? I'm not in his car. Seems my ping occasionally shoots up. I'm noticing. My connection should be stable. There's no particular reason why it should be fluctuating like this. Oh well. Could maybe start lacking tire temp when if the track temperature lowers itself much more. Forgot to which time it was set. The starting, I think the starting time was set to 1400. So it's now close to 1600, and we finished with 1800. So it's not like we will see sunset, so temperature shouldn't drop particularly drastically. But we may see the temperature drop slightly for the end of the race. Your calculator predicts 140 liters to finish the race. There's just no answer to those 14.5s that I could have offered. Well, The guy behind is slowly catching up to the back marker. So he probably has to lap him sooner rather than later. Despite that he tried to get out of the way quite well,
Falling behind the car in front.
he might hold up. Okay, those two are going ham now in the second stint. Although Dallas cannot quite keep the pace. That's the other guy. Oh, it's just after midnight now. Oh yeah, right, adds up. Yeah, it adds up. So if I finish the race at about 2 AM. I've been the recent days very sleepy. Don't know quite why, although why I'm asking that, it might be because of my lack of sleep during the during the week with the races and stuff. Although this will slow down massively. As I will switch to just doing the Monday race. What is Tuesday morning for me? Doing the Pro League next season, so that's not starting next week, that starts the week after that. At that point we will have... Yep. But I'm not sure what I have actually next week to race. Have to see. Need to see if Brunetix hosts another one-off race on Wednesday. Whoa, pay attention. Curbs are really tricky. The exit curves, because like you think your car's pulling straight and everything's fine, and then the car just goes wing. You had to be joking. Oh, it is real that I'm gaining in sector 2 but losing like 2 seconds in the other sector, so it's like, yeah, who cares? Oh yeah, the guy is really pulling away from Dallas. Kind of unfortunate for him. The only advantage is at this rate right now I stay on the lead lap. Fucking hell, 14.2s. This isn't human anymore. The lap times. And I think the KTM is actually not a bad car on this track. Despite how much we're like mocking how it's losing times in the straight and stuff. I think in terms of hot lap leaderboard pace, the thing is actually not bad on this circuit here. So shouldn't be underestimated. Also, we have 50 laps completed, so we will actually make it to 100 laps before the end of this race. Kinda looks like an airplane in front of me. Although it just faded out as I approached this corner here. And came back. What? It faded out of existence and fades back into existence lower downwards. Well, that's interesting. But yeah, this track with 10 people is a ghost town, to say the least.
Steam descending soon, keep your head
10 minutes remaining in the stint. I mean, do I want to actually repair my damage? Because it's like, the car isn't like slow or anything. I'm not bleeding time, I'm not having any issues. Could just skip the damage repairs and continue on. The only problem is that the more damage I pick up, the more I run risks of the car actually getting slowed down with the damage. Seconds by, Jesus. These guys are just running at a pace that is absolutely insane.
Losing to the car heading sector 1.
I have 2 laps remaining. I guess Dallas is actually not pulling away anymore from me. And therefore losing to the car in front.
We're at the halfway mark. Keep pushing.
Not an issue. Right. So only 120 minutes remaining. I've done half of this. I can do also the other half. That's a bit overcooked. Oh well. Still came out the other side alive. Did well. Just degraded even further. Just under 2 laps to go now on fuel. I have to come in at the end of next time. Precisely. One, two. I think we just leave it at 2 clicks on the pressures. I think on fuel I'm going to actually leave it at 75. It leaves me about 65 for the front line stop. The thing is, the tires aren't like dead at the end or anything, so I can run over 60 minutes easily. Still have 5 minutes, mate. Now the big question, do I repair the damage or do I not repair? I think I'm going to not repair. Perfectly on the marks. Ah, another 30-second break. Right. And there's the McLaren that I'm actually fighting for position with. Pulling into his pit stall.
Low tire pressure, stay clear of the curbs.
Right. Okay, O'Brien has cycled out about 38 seconds ahead of me. Oh well. You have a bit of a task cut out for yourself, because that guy is seemingly stupidly quick. But I know O'Brien can move mountains, so let's prove that, Peter. And the McLaren has also had just taken another about 5 seconds worth of damage repairs, because you've dropped like 5 seconds in the pit stop. To me, right? I think they also swapped back to the other driver. Well, they didn't know. I think Paris was also the one that started. Predicts about 62 liters to get to the end. I also have to pit stop. It's been a hot minute since I've seen another car. Oh, that's a good opening. I'm really scared by that wall because you have to effectively drive into it. You will still miss it.
Brother mate, this is me, your personal best.
Yeah, Peter, you need to do a bit better than this because you're barely pulling away from me. You're not gaining on the car in front. Wasn't the idea line down now? particularly surprising considering it's, well, a MUQU. Oh, we have Nixon in front of us. P5 getting lapped by P3, that's a bit. Yikes, but not too surprising. Welcome back, I guess. And you've missed about nothing. Except that I've pitted again and I've decided to not repair the car during that pit stop because the pace was good enough. Alright, gap behind is growing. Gap in front has grown tremendously. Story of my life. Didn't lasting long. That sounds familiar to me. Oh well. It's still 10 seconds after my last impact was the one that I did in the dipper where you still were there. That's the one that I haven't repaired. So it's still about 10.2 seconds worth of damage repairs. And the guys in front, they've been started doing 14.5s, which is why the gap has so grown out. I mean, I have distant actually composed the 15.2, but well, last 2 laps I've been woefully off pace. Yeah, I decided to roll the dice and just continue on with the car like this. Taking the chances that the car gets massively slowed down on the next hit. or the probability being way higher. Sort of bearing it. But when the car isn't slowing me down and there isn't like much of a point of repairing it, even if it's just 10 seconds. Yeah, it has continued to be a very uneventful race. We have a lapped count front that we might or might not catch at some point. It's one of the Camaros. Might be even the Camaro that I was dicing with in the beginning, or that car's behind me, who knows. There seem to be 8 cars still actually running in this race. Everyone else seems to not be participating. Yeah. I mean, when you start with 11, 8 isn't so particularly surprising. That you lose like 2 or 3 can easily happen on this track, not surprising. But it's definitely made like the previous stint like a ghost town of a stint. It's just... If it wasn't night, I would think that maybe that I would be looking out for ghosts or something. Because of how dead this track is. I felt this somewhat during the Misano race as well. 4 hours of Misano, which was also GT4 only. But there was actually decent attendance, I think, where well, like, I don't know, 25 starters or something like that, but actually a decent grid. And even that one felt, it felt like there was missing something without the GT3s. And I mean, when I did with SRXP in December the 4 hours of solder with GT3 multi-class with GT4, and despite that the GT4 class had only like 10 cars, it felt definitely a bit more lively. We definitely had a bit of racing actually, even into... we didn't like directly race that much in the later stages. I think like my last racing move in that race was actually passing a car that should have probably come into the pits way earlier than that because of how damaged it was. But outside of that, I don't think I've overtaken actually after like the first 90 minutes anyone really. But there was the GT3s just constantly blasting by and they kept it always on your toe. And being able to then monitor the remote duel with other people up the road trying to run them down. Trying to not be run down by them. Yeah, that worked pretty well. That race. Finished P2 there. Could have perhaps won if I didn't get run over once by a GT3. Like that guy just straight lined it through me. Wasn't particularly amusing. It is what it is. But yeah, currently the driver that went in at the beginning of the first yeah, it's just yeah, it does definitely give something. It's just when you offer them GT3s, then there would be no GT4 class whatsoever anymore. It's kind of the mild problem that everybody like ends up choosing GT3s. There's a bit of a selection problem. And for me it's like I drive a lot of GT4, so at some point when multi-class is offered I'm like, sometimes I might want to do GT3. Sometimes. Not often, but sometimes at least. I still most of the time mixed class actually in ACC do GT4. Just to offer a bit more field up. Oftentimes driving my KTM crossbow. But, well, that's that. Because of my tendency to pick cars that nobody else picks, so when there's an entire class nobody picks, guess where you find me. Yeah, I mean, if we had GT3s, there probably would be more sign-ups. Let's face it. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, definitely, the problem with multi-class that you run into is like, you get those people that pick GT3s that clearly aren't particularly good at driving. And you're just causing carnage. Because they don't know what they're doing. You would like them in the GT4s then. Especially as a GT4 driver, the race starts in mixed class, it's just, that's so bad. If you have, it's honestly in that case better to start at the back of the fields than actually starting at the front. Because the midfield GT3s gonna wreck each other. And you just have nothing you can do about it and plow on the back of them. I think also there's the case that people just don't buy the DLC. I think ownership of the DLC is one issue. And then it's genuinely at times unpleasant to drive multi-class with people when you're dealing with people are just crash into you because they aren't paying attention. Because they're doing absolutely stupid shit that drive in the back of you. Not that I haven't done that either. I've done that definitely as well. Well, Kolmani is coming up to be lapped another time. Oh well. And we've just gone under 90 minutes to go. This is starting to be, well, actually doable. Oh yeah, the reason why people also aren't interested in GT4s is because they're slower than GT3s. And they pick just always the fastest thing they can get. And they're creatures of comfort. Because they've driven GT3 a lot, they want to drive more GT3. Because they've driven Spa a lot, they want to drive more Spa. So you end up with the same circuits all the time with the same cars. Because they do not particularly want to pick anything else. And so as an event organizer, you're kind of like stuck between a rock and a hard place, because you can't do particularly elaborate races. Because then people are thrown too far out of their comfort zone and won't sign up. And then you're if you make the same thing everybody else is doing, then yours doesn't stand out enough and nobody will likely sign up for it. So it's just this a lose-lose. There's just nothing. It's just not quite working. Although I really don't understand why people particularly aren't turning up tonight. It's pretty I don't think there's really much going on tonight, besides it's Saturday. Not Saturday, what am I saying? Sunday evening. So if you have early shift on Monday as a European, it's a bit awkward. And well, we've had higher attendance rates. I mean, it might be just a Sunday curse that we're dealing with. Because the EU Championship last season, which ran in a slightly earlier time slot than the start of this race, Sorry. That one has basically died due to lack of interest in it. I think there are probably some Europeans around. It's just, I mean, we have the like 5 regulars that like. 5 is probably an exaggeration, but we have like 5 people or something. It's just last season was already like I think we went down to at some races like 11 people. It was really bad. So it's just perhaps we get away with moving it to a different time slot during the week. Perhaps we just have to scrap it. Maybe it's really just because it overlapped the beginning of this race with some Sunday leagues. People just didn't turn up because they couldn't find it. Even though they could have totally said, hey, I will have a teammate for doing the first half of the race. I mean, Elpo found someone, so I guess it's not completely impossible. But on the other hand, some people that do 1 hour races will be like, do I want to do Bathurst in GT4s and a 4 hour enduro? Like, no. They won't be like, they won't turn around and do this as well. Because they had to probably like practice like 15 hours for their normal league race. And then they're like, well, I would need to practice like at least 5 hours to at least get around Bathurst without dying every other lap, so I wouldn't say it's a weekday for doing sim racing. I say it's a very crowded because a lot of people are already doing it. It was a very strong date actually for the EU Championship. Like about 6 months ago, the EU Championship had regularly 30 to 40 drivers in it. Like it barely ever dipped below. Well, it did dip below 30, but it usually was for like the season finales. So I think the problem was we had like a group of people that like went, okay, here's this championship. I don't care particularly about the community. I just sign up for this championship. So when the championship wasn't going their way, they at some point like quit and didn't come back because they weren't part of the community. It's understandable, I'm not completely shaming them, but when you then come back with a new season, these people don't particularly come back. They may come back if they haven't found anything else. They might, or other ones come back. But when you're starting to compete in crowded markets, then it seems that certain races aren't going to make it. And also all the Australians are excluded when you run anything on Sundays. They can only do Saturdays. Problem was, however, that actually Saturdays was already a race, and that was the SimGrid race. SimGrid Enduro was already going on Saturday. And for me personally, I know that there's a lot of endurance leagues that use Saturdays commonly. Starting like midday EU time to run races. We've had decent attendance for races that in SR604 that were hosted Saturdays in the, well, evening to night, like this one, just on Saturday. So I guess if they hosted this on Saturday, it would have perhaps been more successful. Maybe. Who knows? There's a lot of ifs and buts. Maybe I don't know what the hell isn't going on January the 30th. Well, the thing is, for me, I've also had experience of actually doing Sunday league racing, actually particularly endurance. It's been like a while. That league folded and Factor 2 sometime stopped running races some time ago. Thank fucking goodness, because those stewards, boy, like bias, gaslighting, wrongly configuring the mod and then blaming the user, punishing someone for a game feature that they enabled, specifically in that sense, and then punishing you if you accidentally, even you can literally accidentally use it, and they never write down a rule that you aren't allowed to do it. It's insane. Some of the shit over the years I've dealt with. So, but I mean, it was one of the first leagues where I've actually done prototype racing, so somewhat had some teething problems for me as well. Some of the incidents I actually caused. Some of them weren't my fault. Nope, they start actually next week, if my memory isn't incorrect. I thought it would start on the 9th, but like you can correct me on that. Because I think the Pro League is the first one that starts. Because we run Mondays. I will be running Pro League. So yeah. So you very slowly make inroads on the camera. I mean, for sure, if we weren't on Bathurst, I think the field would be way closer together. Because this Camaro in front, he's not going in any degree slow. The problem is why he's getting lapped is most likely because he took a lot of damage repairs over the race distance. Or has also limped for some distance with damage, so while perfectly capable of actually lapping these lap times, it just falls apart when you crash on here. I mean, the McLaren is not much slower than me, but he's like now over 40, nearly 50 seconds behind me. Mainly because of taking like probably 30 seconds more damage repairs than me. Okay, well, That was a slight brush. Not even inflicted any damage. Okay, temperature has gone down to 35 degrees Celsius. So probably need to put some more pressure into the tires. So the tires are slightly getting cold.
Car is exiting the pits, watch out. Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Well, that's now the car in P8. They definitely have to pit again for the end, because they run out of stint time. I will, scene you've written, I just want to briefly get down the hill before I read it. I can talk while driving down here, it's just reading is not particularly capable of that. Right. Mustachio. Okay. How are you still alive after driving this long, dude? I don't know. It's not even 3 hours. Okay, it's slightly wearing on my sanity due to the low car count, so I'm getting slightly tired. But, well, besides that, I mean, I'm not under any pressure. I've hit the wall like once, really. I still haven't repaired the car for that because, well, my car isn't losing pace, and I'm not gonna take 10 seconds if I don't need to take 10 seconds worth of repairs. I don't know why, but this is, I think, the second time now a lapped car in front of me has decided that in the final corner to head off the road and hit the wall. But I'm not quite close enough to pass the cars, and I'm now, in both cases, right behind it. And oh yeah, that's the Camaro probably that I was fighting in the opening minutes of the race, till he, coming into the chase, decided, yeah, I'm going to send it. He had a good draft, because I was trapped behind the McLaren. So he had a good draft on me, was able to not quite pull alongside into the chase. So I decided to, and I brake normally and he just broke like a tire braking marker later. In spectacular fashion missed the corner. He for sure could have actually outbroken me and got past me into the corner. Yeah. Or just stuck behind and passed me on the next straight, but no. Massive send in the opening minutes, and well, headed off into the grass. Not that he like most likely lost his lap so far because of that. I think that's more down to later incidents. But it sets kind of the scene already for what sort of driver we're dealing with. Although it could also be the other Camaro, but I think it is this Camaro.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
This wasn't quite planned.
Losing to the car, heading sector 1.
And then I overshoot the next corner as well. It's not good. Not good at all. This Camaro is quite a bit faster in a straight line than me. Right, I think that should be enough to stay in front. How long till 16 minutes till I need to pit for fuel. I'm again like slightly short on making additional lap. My lap time is very slow right now. I don't know what's going on. It seems to be bleeding quite a bit of pace. Sooner rather than later, I need to pit as well. No, no, no.
Got some light damage in the front.
Oh, and then I stalled the car. Ah, and then stall again. Oh, that's really bad, really, really bad. Although I have a lot of gaps, so it's not like too bad. Oh, that's a stupid mess up. Second time I've overcooked it into the dipper there, and this time around hard. Like getting facing the wrong way is not a good thing. And this time around I think I actually want to repair the car. Most likely. Still no suspension damage, that's good. That's 25 seconds extra. 1, 2. Right. Luckily I have to only last about... Technically I can even pit now. Next time by, nearly. Probably need to do another lap before I can pit. But I can be sure. I need to take at least a lap or so extra fuel. I'm currently calculating 65 liters to get to the end. Just take 70. Right, few tires have been calculated. Although honestly, we're not losing time right now. Nah, just lost time there, but like... we're not bleeding time on the straight, so it's like... it's not too bad. I think it's bleeding a bit of pace on the straight. Not the worst, but like not the best either. Right. Temperature's still going down. I hope everything will be fine in the end. Probably will be. Oh, I need to pass some of it. Get fresh tires on. Repair the car. Get everything to the end.
Stint, does that mean so? Just a few more laps?
Yep. 10-minute marker. we won't be coming close to the stint limit. At least on this stint. We'll get a bit closer with the other one, but it will be probably done before the 5-minute mark even hits. Ah, fuck. Another hit. Yeah, the camera has passed me again. Well, not for position. This is a beam on front harbor. I'm going to come in and repair the car because while you were away, I crashed again in the depot. And now I have 25 seconds worth of damage repairs. Pace loss isn't too bad, we're losing about half a second to a second per lap. I mean, this lap has been worse, but hey, that's not too bad. We're just gonna pit now. Right, okay. Fuel is sufficient. Pressures are sufficient. Right. Okay. Will take now a bit longer, but hey, we have the time actually. Because the car behind also needs to pit still. Although this time around he is not pitting, he is waiting for the next time. Brian has overtaken me in the pit lane right now. Prior to them even pitting. That's a bit of an oof. It might be because of me now repairing that I might actually get jumped in the pit lane. Oh, O'Brien is actually in front of, O'Brien hasn't pitted yet. But... But the other guy has pitted already, most likely. Dave Weckens back in the car there. He was a bit slower than the other guy. Probably... 7 seconds behind me. So I might not even finish on the lead lap here. Due to my stupidity going down the depot. It happens twice to me. Not just once, but twice. It's a bit of a move. Paris now ahead in the pits. Probably also doing a driver swap back to his team colleague. Or he finishes, I don't know. Peter's currently in the pits. He hasn't even come out yet. Now he's running. I don't think he will actually make it to catch the leader. Boy. Repairing the car did yield some results in making it faster. Didn't quite expect that. Didn't quite expect that. At least not this big, but Peter is right now 11 seconds behind the other guy. And he has 50 minutes to go. I think he might be able to do this. I'm not quite sure the guy is that fast. Problem is passing then. Closing up is easy. Passing part, that's the difficult part. Especially on Merc action. I mean, it's still a personal fastest lap, it's not the fastest lap of the race. Those dudes have been lapping 14s regularly, so... I'm not able to do that. That's outside of my capabilities. The thing is, I assume the Wickers might struggle to with 15s. So I might be able to like match him till the end of the race so he doesn't pass me. So I can stay on the lead lap, which is a bit of an exercise and a half to pull off. I'm already sure of it. Especially if he starts setting 15 flats. And I'm going slower than myself. 39 from O'Brien! Holy fucking shit! Okay. He's switched on the turbo on the car. He's going for it. There's no denying that he is going for it. problem is, if Peter passes him quickly, Peter might catch me before the end of the race. This is interesting. Because Peter is driving absolutely the wheels off his car. $13.8. This man is on a fucking mission. While Wickes is actually dropping back. To me. So I'm actually gapping the leader right now. Yeah, and Peter deserves this. He had somewhat of a bad luck streak with
Losing to the car heading sector 1.
Wickes did a 16.3. Peter did another high 13. This is just insane. Gap is gonna be gone in no time. We still have 45 minutes to go. But again, it's not easy to pass for those two. They're same car. And a lot of this circuit is literally just the mountain where you just cannot pass. Sure, there's also a lot of straights where you can pass. But you need a lot of slipstream. And you need to run. The question is if that guy actually gives that to you. The start of the downhill section was the most frightening part. Yes, the dipper there. Over skyline. Down the hill. Yeah. Peters are now under a second. Oh boy. It's so scary with how close you get to the apex of all there. You have to basically aim for it and then close your eyes as you fly at it.
Losing to the car ahead in sector 1.
Just over half an hour remaining, and the battle has begun. Overcooked this slightly. So I had to extra slow down there. And lost time in the elbow. Those two are already losing time. I have a feeling Peter might get by him very early. Well, he just about held on this time around. Peter been thrown a bit backwards. But he was briefly ahead, so... Too early upshift, which led to understeer here. Nope. Neither of these are. Neither of these two are soloing. Joe Dallas started for Peter the car. Although I think Peter did the qualifying on the car. And for what was his name? Weekend. Yeah, for him, in the middle part, someone else drove for the middle two stints. And that guy was pretty quick. I keep just losing always my time. Weckes. That's his name. So I think I'm definitely the... I don't know how many solo drivers are actually left in this race. Maybe Nixon is doing it solo, I don't know. I'm not sure who else is doing it solo. Usually when there was the option to do it solo, I've been far and wide the faster solo.
Losing to the car ahead is 7-1.
During the 3 hours of Nürburgring, I finished P2 with the next solo driver being outside of the top 10. And I think that also was the case in Misano. There being like 2 or 3 solo drivers in total. I don't know how many there were for this race actually. I think there were quite a few, but well, we had quite a few people that didn't turn up. So maybe those have been mainly the solos. Yeah, you can you just create an entry. It's like the usual sign up for I mean this is run for SGP, so you just enter your car like usual. The only thing different is that it asks you to fill in your car number. After you select your car, it asks you to fill in your car number and set a team name. And you get a pin, so you can, if anybody wants to join your team, you can give them a pin, so they can join the team. And that's how team racing on SGP works, in a nutshell. So technically, no, you don't need like a proper... It's like, define me a proper team. A team is just... We've defined ourselves as a team now. Okay, good. Have a nice day. There's no like paperwork you have to file with the Sim Racing Bureau to make it official that you have a team. I've driven for a bunch of teams that were just like single race entries. So they existed only for one race only. Lukas is still holding on. I mean, even for
The car ahead is number 3.
leagues such as the VEC, the Virtual Endurance Championship, now Factor 2, you don't. I mean, you probably want to have like at least some form of communication with the other teammates, but otherwise you don't need jack shit, frankly. You just need to have one person that is the team manager and signs up the other drivers over the form. And that's all the officiating that usually is done. The team mainly exists on the paper that is the entry list. Outside of that, there could be a community, sure, that makes up the team proper. But really it only is officiated with the entry list. Oh, Brian has lost a lot of time. Come on, Peter, come on. I believe in you. Get this motherfucker. Get him. Don't slouch off now. You need to do it. Have enough fuel? Most likely, yes.
Yellow flag in sector 3.
Overcooked this corner completely. Let's move a bit of time. But the 15-second barrier, it's just I cannot get through it. Sub 15 seconds. Not quite possible for me. something to drive with. My rig doesn't allow me to do 4 hour solo just yet. Okay. Yeah, I mean 4 hour solo is still like somewhat of an insane task. Although I did like, how many years ago is this at this point? When I did in R Factor 2 some 4 hour endurance solo. And one of the issues there was because I had my steering wheel still mounted to my desk. I was pushing my pedals, my chair backwards. The guys behind are actually starting to gain again. God damn it. Yeah, I was driving back then. Like that with doing them solo as well. Because I didn't stop being insane yesterday, so what are we driving GT3 cars? One of them was actually a Bathurst 4 hour. I definitely didn't perform as well as tonight. I'll tell you that. The wheel detached from the desk. I never dealt with. I mean, in part, I actually dealt with that a bit. My wheel slid slightly forward over time, but it did it so slowly that I could probably pass multiple races without problem. And I just clamped it down so hard that it's. The mechanism probably didn't like it over time, but hey, I didn't like open it up constantly and close it back down, so just left it attached for the most part. Problem is, the guys behind have actually switched into turbo mode and are catching hard up. Like, Wickers has suddenly figured out that he can also drive 14s, apparently. And I'm struggling with mid-15s, so... Good, considering there's still 16 minutes on the clock. This would be at this gap fine if it was like 5, but well, it's 16. At like, okay, not 5 minutes, but 10 minutes, 5 laps. Because if they gain like a second per lap, it would be fine. But right now, they're gaining
Sometimes the car in front does it too.
they're gaining a second per lap. So I actually have to put that sub 15 finally together. Yeah, I mean my first online race has been a bit okay. It's 5 years I think at this point. God damn it. Monza and Megane trophy cars. That's so sketchy, that line. I'm every single time sure I hit the wall there. And every single time I just barely get around the damn thing. Oh, Pete has actually gone by. He has finally done it. I just checked over there. Must have been that Wick has actually messed up during this lap. Slipped up at some point. Because he's not by in 2 seconds ahead. And I finally got my sub 15. Finally sub 15. But there's still 15. not let's go, Peter. I need to. There's a lot of time still on the clock and he might catch me in the meantime. It's dangerous. Because if he can run his raw pace again, he can catch me in no time. Even if he drives slightly careful. He can still probably catch me. Thing is, he can right now catch me with a second per lap gain, and that's not even that conservative with how fast these guys have been going. I mean, this entire hour I've been going full push just to stay on the lead lap, so I'm not gonna give up at the last 10 minutes. Okay? I'm tough as nails, but well, I'll try. I'm not stopping cheering for him. I'm just not encouraging him anymore to run faster. He turned a 14.9. Okay, that's not too bad. Not too bad in terms of gain. He gained about like 3/10 of a second on me over the previous lap. That's It's completely okay. And I'm not allowed to really slip up at all. 100% perfect lines have to be run. So I can get within Pizza clocked in a 14.5. There's 9 minutes on the clock. Well, at least the other guy behind him is not really following up with him. So... So if he catches me, he may just stay behind. At least if it's just the last corner or two. Completely messed up the trajectory there. Messed up the dipper. Oh, Wekis has actually erected. That's for what the yellow flag there briefly was. He's dropped massively backwards there. Although I don't think I will catch the guy by the end. Messed up this corner hard. And Peter's 4.4 seconds behind. We have another 4 laps to go. Problem I have now is that I'm heading into the back of this Chimera again. I think it's the second time I'm lapping P5. He's not letting go. I have a slight feeling his target is actually me. No, it's put me a lap down. And would be not looking. Problem is he's so close I can't. His lap time pops up right when I'm going for T1, so I can't look at his lap time. I get a few tenths here and there. But putting it together in a lap is a bit more difficult. I think Peter slightly slowed down actually. He lost a bit of time over the mountain. I mean, if he messes up, he can easily lose the position again, so it's just not worth it going after me. Who's going absolutely ham. Minutes 30. We'll see 2 more laps. Well, I will, if I stay in front of Peter, do 3 more laps. Oh no, it's the first sector. Peter. Not here.
Stint is ending soon. Just a few more laps.
Yep. It's all good. Stupid F5 into 5th. Peter's gonna take the white flag behind me. We have a slight problem ahead because those two they're not fighting for position, by the way, but they might be interested in dropping behind Peter to finish the race earlier. I'm interested in not being held up by them. I have 3 seconds to hold off Peter.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Should perhaps give me the break that I need to. That guy laying me by there. After I started having a run on him up the hill there. Not sure if I could have actually delivered on it, but well, that doesn't quite matter. Brian, 2 seconds behind.
Neither has finished the race.
The game got quite irritated there and displayed to me the checkered flag there when because I got close enough to the checkered flag, but I'm not checkered. Let's finish this off. That actually invalidates my lap, that wall hit. Right there.
You're still defending Fox this lap.
And now I'm adding all the accidents that I didn't collect this far the race. It's a bit silly. Collected another 12 seconds there. That doesn't matter. We're nearly done. Oh, we didn't get to complete our lap. Well, that's unfair. Come on. They didn't set the post-race timer high enough. What happened here is that... What happened here is that because Peter extended it by 1 lap, we took like 4 minutes to finish the race. Oh, Jordan Nixon actually did the race solo as well. So P5 was actually someone who did it solo. Who's doing donuts? Ah, P8. But yeah, it will be scored that I'm actually lapped down, even though I wasn't. Which that sucks a bit. Well. It will be scored like I ran out of fuel on the last lap, which I am, for obvious reasons, slightly annoyed at. Slightly. Not too much. But slightly. Ah, my fingers actually hurt. Right. Okay. Well then. My fingers definitely need a rest. Hey, actually, we could just check out what our tires did. How did our tire sets perform? Tire set 10 has some light graining on the left side tires. Tire set 9 doesn't have anything. It's transition, but we might still get the tire sets here. Yeah, we get actual tire set info. Tire set 10 has... 9 has light graining on the front left. 8 has nothing, and 7 has also light graining on the front left. 8 was the first set. Actually, 8 has light graining on the front left. So I had light graining on my tires because I probably ran them a bit too cold. But my race tires, though, worst tire always was my rear right. Which was like at worst worn down to 2.38, which means you could totally double stint these tires. Honestly. It's like, these tires on the GT4 are totally double stintable. Is it the wisest thing to do? Most likely not. But, well, if you could jump someone by the time advantage from not refueling as much, well, maybe it makes sense then. Not for me. I was nowhere in any battle involved, so I just took tires. And didn't look back on it. Right. Like I said, just set the game. Let's finish this off. It's 2:40 AM. My body hurts. Let me rest. Hey. Controller, would you kindly actually work? Right, okay. Display 1. Right, okay. 4 hours of driving done. My fingers definitely hurt from this. My thumb hurts, but that's about it. I'm a bit exhausted and tired. Otherwise, yeah, sure. Been there, would probably do it again. Although, it would be perhaps a bit greater if we had a few more than like 5 people as a in the race. Okay, we had 10 people, but like if we had a few more people, it would have been a bit more interesting and lots of sleep inducing. Right. Okay. Right then. Okay. Well then, I was able to finish on the lead lap. We know this. The game might not recognize this, but we know this. Yeah. I mean, although I have done in also in multi-hour enduros with teams, I've done at times like 4-hour stints in those races, which that works at times. Like I did like a 4-hour stint in the final round of the ELC Championship at Spa in GT3 in multi-class. So it's not like I haven't done this only in solo races. I've gone 4 hours straight. But well, around the mountain there are no margins, and I'm still fucking scared of the wall on the inside on the dipper. It's like it feels like every time I'm driving into that wall, and I must be missing it by like well, about nothing, like about this much. It's probably there between the car and myself. There's like nothing there, and that's scary. Right, this is probably the last time I'm also going to use this kimono. I'm going to switch to my normal avatar, or maybe apply another outfit as well. But, well, there's the end of festivities, I would say. There's no point in using this particularly outside of January. Right. Okay. Well then. I would say as I grab this here, over here. Well then, see you another time. Bye bye.